Okay, cool. Well, you're just gonna have to remember what I said, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, so what happens is Rhino starts, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't show, like, it just says, look, here's a Rhino plugin now. There's a Rhino tab, and we can load, if we click on Rhino in that tab, that opens the Rhino window. So see this Rhino, I'm going to close this Rhino. Actually, let's just copy this over. Just make sure it's copied. It's there. I've just closed the other Rhino, the standalone one. Do you guys see Rhino in the taskbar near the bottom? It's not there, right? But if I mouse over Revit, there's the Rhino instance. So what Rhino's doing is it's running itself, but within inside the Revit kernel system. So Windows thinks it's part of Revit, and so if you want to access this Rhino, the one that's running inside Revit, you have to literally go through Revit, and that's hence why I think they've literally called it Rhino Inside, because it's literally inside. Okay. If you open Grasshopper, you can do that either through through Rhino, or you can do it through this little Grasshopper button in Revit. There is a new tab, and it'll be hard to see in the sea of plugins that I've got installed, but near right here you can see Revit, and it's got a bunch of commands, Grasshopper commands for accessing information from Revit and controlling modeling in Revit. And just rather than sort of getting straight into the exercise, I just want you guys to have a little play around and see if you get excited. So in Rhino, if you draw a wall and make sure it's in millimeters. So if I draw like a 5 meter line, that's not 5 meters. If I draw a 5 meter line, 1, 2, 3, that is 5 meters. If I access that line, bring that into Grasshopper, first thing I want you to check is if you jump back to Revit and you look in the 3D mode, oh, I can't see anything. Can you? No. No, you should be able to see lines, but maybe we'll... Huh? You can see like there's a green line, right? Yeah, it might just be mine's cropped or something. I'm going to go back to site. Plan. You can see it? Now that is Grasshopper geometry. So it works just like the dream world that Grasshopper is, right? You can't select it. You can't pick it in Revit. It's just a visual display of Grasshopper. You can see up here, there's shaded, wireframe, and off, which is just the same as the display settings in Grasshopper. So you can turn off whether or not Revit is going to display the geometry that you're drawing in Grasshopper. And you will probably be doing that a lot because Grasshopper is very good at doing display in Rhino. Rhino is a very efficient display engine. Revit is not. So you might play with a slider and see something move quite smoothly in Rhino, and Revit will slow that whole process down. You move the slider and you'll feel that clunk. So you'll turn off, if you want, you turn off the display in Revit if you want to speed it up.
Sorry, how do you turn on the Rhino display while opening the browser inside?
How do you turn it on?
Yeah.
It should.
There's a button.
It's just if you go look in a view and this view's just not set to see it. I think if I move this line up, yeah, we might be able to see it. Maybe not. Oh no, I've turned shaded. There it is.
Oh, I see.
Cool. Okay. Is everyone on the internet okay? Whoever's following along?
Yeah, good.
Cool. Okay. So if I jump into Revit, the thing is, this is like, there's documents online to explain a few of these things. But if we just think about it, if we want to draw a wall, see there's a wall section here on the very right of the Revit tab. And by the way, I'm very much a ribbon tab advocate for Grasshopper, because if you only type stuff in, hello, then you only kind of know the options that you know, right? It's kind of like that knowing which document to download to get the right dimensions. You only know the ones that you know. Whilst going through and sort of exploring a plugin or exploring a section like this Revit through the ribbon, going to seeing wall and going, okay, well, what's actually in here? We've got add wall by profile, add wall by curve, query walls, analyze walls. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. I suggest go and explore this particular plugin to see what's available. And I recommend that because not of necessarily what you might be doing in this course, but what you might need to be doing in Revit in other courses. What I do know is no one can tell if you make something with Grasshopper and put it into Revit, no one can tell that was made with Grasshopper. So if you've got a class that says, no, we want you using Revit, we don't want you using Grasshopper, you can only use Revit, guess what? They can't stop you from doing that. They have no way of knowing. So if you want to do things different ways, you can, and it's worth sort of learning all these different things. So let's go add wall by curve. I'm just going to throw that curve into that. It should work by default. It's yeah. This one?
Yes.
Add wall by curve. I'm plugging directly into the curve. It actually shows me the three-dimensional geometry in Rhino. So it's taking the actual controls for making a wall and producing that in Rhino, which is great. But if I just minimize Rhino, look at that. It's already made that wall. So
can I just add one little quick thing on here?
You can, yeah, sure.
Grasshopper is, because it's auto-computing, like it always refreshes automatically if you add or delete or connect something.
Yep.
Yeah, so the session is always refreshed. And if you're adding a lot of walls, you probably want to lock the solver.
What I generally do, guys, so what Leo's saying is, because Revit's slow, you might need to move into an environment where you have the solver disabled.
Or you just do a button or something?
Yeah. I'm going to get to that. I prefer a button as well. I'm in Leo's court, but some people like to disable it so that when they drag it out and they're ready, they then enable it. And you can enable this by hitting F5. That's probably the quickest way, or by hitting this play button or whatever, right? The key thing I want to hit before I get into the button thing is what the C# components that they've made are doing is they're remembering the element ID of the wall that you've created with that component. And so it, rather than baking and you end up having like 10 different walls just because you've edited it, what it's actually doing is it's replacing everything that component made with whatever's new. So just by stretching that wall out, it stretched the wall out in Revit. If I jump back to Rhino again, and I put on that disabled solver, and this is why I need. Now we need 3 screens.
Yes.
Revit, Rhino, Grasshopper. I'll just move the wall over, and there we go. It's moved the wall fairly quickly, right? Cool. Okay, so then Leo mentioned a button, which is the method I prefer. Usually, the best way to do it, in my opinion, is chucking whatever geometry you want into a dispatch, putting a toggle like this. So this guy, it's only true when you're clicking him down, like so. Throwing that in. So whenever this is true, the output's going to come out of A. So there's that reference curve. Blam, 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 blam. And so plugging that in, it will get rid of the geometry. And we're ready to bake. Bloop. Oh, there's a problem. How do we solve that one?
I don't have this kind. I don't have this. I don't know why.
Why do I have this problem? Okay.
I think it auto refreshes and it pushes the
Yeah,
null
it
into the curve.
produces the null.
Yeah.
So how would you solve this problem, Andrew?
Data dam.
Yes, but data dams are a bit of a dick.
Yeah.
So no, we don't want to. Have you guys seen data dams?
Yeah, it's a
The problem, so data dams are cool. They like they'll stop the information coming through. So here I'm see how the A is producing a result. So see this A, the A output's giving us that curve. The data dam isn't. If I run the data dam, this is running.
I think it's automatically refreshing as well.
Yeah, it's automatically refreshing. You can actually tell data dams, hey, run always, and that just lets the information through. You can say, hey, delay, and then the information will come through after a few seconds, right? Neither of those things is what we want. What we need, and this is also a dick, is data recorder. Data recorder is also a problem. If you plug stuff into the data recorder,
You have to manually destroy the previous
exactly.
data.
Yeah, every time you add stuff to it, it runs. And so yeah, you have to manually destroy what's in there. So you can say, hey, limit this recording to a certain number, but this is the gripe. This is another gripe that I have with Grasshopper. Okay, certain Grasshopper components are amazing, like this data recorder. It's great, but they haven't allowed you to control some of its variables using inputs. So if this had an input that let you put in the number 10, we could measure the length of this list and say only store 5 items. And then if that changed to 6 or it changed to 1 or whatever, it would be able to only store that number. But because it's manually inputted, it's basically it's worthless in my opinion. We could say, hey, only store 1, and then just have this guy sitting there, and as we refresh this, see it doesn't stack it. But if this ever changes to 2 curves or 3 curves, this data recorder is wasted. So look, for now, you might want to be, like, if it is ever becoming a problem, just check it on Disable Solver. I'm sure someone somewhere can think of maybe a Pythonic way of storing the information, there is definitely there. So go for it there. Tom wants to take a break. Yeah, Tom, we're going to take a break. Should we take a break at 11?
Yep.
So, well, more so, how about this? I want you guys to just, for the next 30 minutes, just have a play around with it. Have a play around with what you can push into Revit. There's a whole bunch of, there's walls here. If you scroll along, you've got build at the beginning, add beams, add stuff. We're going to be playing around with some of these things, but I want to let you guys sort of have a play with it before we delve any deeper in, because I'm sure you guys can learn stuff about this without my help. Are you cool with that? 30 minutes of playing, and if you want to do any other thing other than play around with it, do whatever. Yeah. So those people in person, the people online, just letting you know, I'm going to dismantle the ceiling so that we can look at the slab. So that's the benefit of coming in. You get me doing weird, wacky things. Okay, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
This is what do you want to turn on the AC?
Yes, I do. Oh, there's a light.
So normally about this kind of ceiling is the actual concrete lots or not?
I'll show you. Let's have a look.
Maybe we should take a video and share this. It's going to be working at it. So. No, it's not. It's possible.
Wires and
Okay, so there's the slab, right? If you guys grab a table,
Just be very, very careful.
so it's your own. Are you happy to stand on the table and have a look? Go have a look. Okay, so see over there? There's a column. Can you see it over the acorn?
no, the air comes to see.
Okay.
On the right hand side, can you see anything?
We can see one problem. That's probably not.
Oh, yeah, probably here.
Okay, so look here. Got insulation?
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Not everywhere's insulated.
Yeah,
There should be insulation, right? There's the column,
Oh yeah.
right? See
I can
this?
see it. Yeah, I can see it.
That's a cladding on the concrete column. So there's the concrete column that goes up to the slab, and you can see there's no beam. So there's no beam that goes from there to there.
It's just the slab.
The slab is doing the structural work.
Okay.
Yeah, it is the beam.
Or is the big one inside?
Yeah, it's the slab. The slab is a beam.
The slab is just like a solid
It's a
piece of
bigger
concrete.
It's fine.
with steel in it.
With steel in it? Oh.
It's reinforced concrete.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
So
This makes more sense.
it's called rebar. Yeah, it's the you see those rusty wire mesh things that you see people setting out, and they pour it on, it grabs onto the concrete, and it basically provides that reinforcement. Is the concrete, if this was actually an arch, you wouldn't need that rebar. The rebar's there to provide tensile strength. So the tensile and also torsional and huh?
So just like a
Okay, concrete actually, yeah, concrete is very good in compressive force. If you go to pull it apart though, it can't handle it. It just crumbles.
yeah.
Right? And so by combining those two things, the concrete effectively still says, okay, I'm stepping in. Okay. So there's insulation. You can see here there's a light fitting, and there's the aircon running through. But this ceiling is also supported by the slab, right? These guys, all they're doing is they're holding this up. Go have a look at it. What do you see? They're hung from the slab.
Oh.
So this is a hung ceiling. That's what it would be referred to, a hung ceiling. And so you also hear about curtain facades. Curtain facades work just like a similar way. They're just fixed to the slab. The slab's doing all the work, and it's just hanging off that. Is there anything else up here that I can show? Have a look. You see all the cabling running through for the fire detectors, smoke detectors. This particular room, for some reason, doesn't have any fire sprinklers. Yeah, it's it's a mess, right?
Well, new buildings are
Huh?
new buildings are generally that, but if it's above ceiling, it's
Yeah, they like whatever is behind the ceiling. You'll also find when you've got fire sprinklers in here, there'll be a grid of pipes running through. By the way, whoever thinks it would be funny just to let a fire sprinkler off, just warn you, the water in those pipes sits in there for years and years and years. It stinks. It's an absolute, it's awful. So if it's like, oh, it's just a bit of water, no, it's a fuck ton of water. Also, I wish I had one. There might be out in the corridor. Show you the corridor.
maybe the facade is not well.
No.
This is cool.
Everyone has seen a movie where some dude like puts some fire up to one of them and it breaks, or they pull on a thing and they'll break. That's not actually what happens.
Nicely on the floor.
So look, the next time you see one, have a look. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. They've got this little piece of glass in them, a little glass rod, and they'll be coloured. And the normal ones that you'll find will be coloured red. And so the colourings are for ratings for temperature. So there's liquid in it, and when that liquid heats up, once it gets to a certain temperature, it will break the glass, and the water will come out. And the thing is, it won't set the one off over there. So if you've got a fire here, and it's expanding that glass and it cracks, it's just this dude that's gonna spray water. You can surge a whole floor, like you can pump water through the network to crack every glass, and that's what you see when they have them in the movies. But no one ever does that because you only need to put the fire out here. You don't need to put the fire, like the whole floor doesn't need to be wet. So never touch the glass because they're attuned to break with just water pressure or liquid pressure with heat. So they're very fragile, and you'll mainly see red ones, but if you see yellow or orange, they're just designed for a different temperature. And so they're usually put in places that are far more likely to be on fire, like for example, a petrol storage area. And they really want to know if there's a fire like that.
Is there a good background story you want to share? Like,
oh yeah, like having to leave my apartment at 4 in the morning
not me, like our whole apartment buildings has had to escape because, oh, by the way, if there's any water flow through one of those, through the pump, then the fire alarm goes off. So smoke alarm, fire alarm. Carbon monoxide alarm, fire alarm. Water flowing, it's a still static water system, fire alarm. So fire alarm goes off, everyone has to leave. So our whole building's standing on the ground floor, and in our lobby, the building's lobby, there's just water like pouring out of the ceiling because someone had used it to hang as a clothes hanger.
What?
So they had a wet shirt that they wanted dried in the morning, and so they had their balcony door open, and they hung it, and it cracked it, and so much water came out of it that it was just pouring like through the building. So this is the other thing. Floor slabs should be designed to be waterproof. So I can flood this room, and there shouldn't be any water getting through to the next slab. But remember what I said about buildings moving?
Yeah. There's cracks.
You get cracks. And so this building was old enough that you've got cracks going through the whole building. So it was like 7 stories up. So 7 stories flooded, 7th floor flooded. And then water started leaking into the 6th floor, which then started leaking into all the way down to the ground floor.
How much water there is on 7th floor?
I have no idea how much it costs, but it was very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so don't fuck with fire sprinklers. Another story, just a fun story. I was working at Mott McDonald's office in Adelaide. So I was working for Cox inside the Mott McDonald office, and the Mott McDonald office in Adelaide was purely just project managers. And whoever does become a project manager here, I mean this in the kindest way possible, but project managers are just professional assholes. It's just, I'm going to take my assholery and get money from it. That's what it is. And so these guys were absolute pricks. I hated them. That's so much. I love Motts in Sydney. They're great. Motts in Sydney are fantastic. The Motts team in Adelaide, I can't imagine any of them are still there. They were pricks. And so we were shoved in the worst place in the office, right next to the toilet, in the server room. And we're the furthest away from any window. We were there. I was next to the server room, and there was some work happening above. Like there was construction work in the floor above us. They were fitting it out. And one day I was just sitting there, and I heard this dripping noise, and I thought, someone's left the tap on in the toilet. These assholes don't know how to fucking turn off the taps in the toilet. We're in Adelaide. It's fucking dry. So I went and checked the toilet. There was no leaking in the toilet.
So check the ceiling.
No, and I just sat down and I just like, that's definitely water. So I'm like, listen at the server room door. It's locked. It's locked. So I went up to the IT guy and I'm like, I feel like I can hear water dripping in your server room. And he's like, fuck off. Basically. I'm like, no, I'm being serious. He's like, there's no taps in there. There's no aircon. There's no water dripping in there. Are you pissing up against the wall or something? I'm like, just check it. And so they came over and opened the door, and it was raining in their server room.
What was his reaction?
Huh?
What was his reaction?
He was like, oh fuck. Holy fuck. Fortunately, the room, there was the part of the room that was raining wasn't on the surface. But the floor was very close to the servers and close to the power points. And so I immediately rushed to go get like bins and put them under the leaking part of the ceiling. And what was interesting was the ceiling was slowly also growing where it was dripping. So we got all the ceiling panels off so that it would only drip, like it could flow faster, so it wouldn't flood. And then we were just basically grooming the water away from the server, whilst they went and worked out what the fuck had happened upstairs. Someone had left a tap on during construction, and it had flooded a whole fucking floor. Yeah, and so the one crack in that floor was right above this room.
It could be a penetration or something in the server.
It wasn't a penetration. It was a crack.
How old is that building?
I don't know. It's probably from the 80s.
So what kind of like waterproof system would you put on the slab?
Huh? Well, you just saw there. There's no. Did you see a rubber or plastic lining? No. Oh, there's nothing, right? So it depends. It depends. You can put waterproof linings. You can just rely on the fact that concrete will soak up the water.
Usually, concrete soak up certain amount of water. If it's something that usually got wet, like kitchen or bathroom, usually waterproof the entire area.
The problem is you don't want it to get wet. Because what's inside? What's inside this slab? No, what's inside the slab? And what happens to steel when it gets wet? And what does rust do? Like if you go look at a rusted steel element, is it smooth? What happens to it? It grows.
Have you guys heard of concrete cancer? Like,
Is that the concrete stuff? Yeah.
well, getting rusted is actually not too bad.
It's this is the thing. When you see that rebar, why is it rust colored? You've seen rebar put down in slabs, right? Why is it rust colored? It's pre-rusted. Yep. It's pre-rusted because that then produces a layer of protection so that if it does get moist, you don't have that expansion that creates that concrete cancer. So that's what Leo's saying, like water and rust isn't that much of a problem. But that's not to say that rust isn't always perfect. And all you have to do is get one certain part of it wet and you'll start getting that expansion. And what can't concrete handle? Tension and bending. So it bends it and you get that crack. Concrete cancer. And the thing is, when people go, concrete cancer, it's because you literally have to fucking dig out that whole area of concrete. Like literally excavate it, clean up the steelwork, and then re-pour it. It's very expensive. Cool. So yeah, learning things that matter. How buildings get put together, a little bit.
You can just search for images online for column systems.
It's so much better just opening up buildings and having a look. How strong aluminium? Also, I can tell you now, aluminium is not immune to decay. No metal is.
Sorry, I was going to answer. Is there something that like they're gonna make excellent technology or something so like wrap it around?
Rust? No, this right now pre-rusting your steel is the best solution because you've effectively said, hey, we're going to start the process.
So it's sort of going to retard it and doesn't really act as
We have a
film of
Kind of.
But doesn't if you pre-rust it, it's actually very dense. I can't remember its formula, but it's more dense than actual rust you get in daily basis.
They do it with a different chemical. They don't use water and salt. They'll use the acid.
Like what I'm saying is like there's people trying to make that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. The
chemical engineers are trying all
Yeah.
different things all the time.
Yeah, it's actually full of chemicals everywhere, and the reason why aluminum doesn't rust because there's a very dense rust on aluminum as well.
It does
Because
decay.
Yeah, it decays. Because it's so reactive to oxygen, usually when it's exposed to the air, it just automatically goes rusted. Maybe
It goes in this way.
continue the other side. We're not gonna be very good subbing, are we?
Huh?
We're not gonna be very good subbing.
Oh, you want to bet? They fucking just shove this shit in. They don't give a shit. So.
There you go.
It's fucking black thing.
Let's ignore it.
It looks so different.
I'm starting at break it all, or
Pardon? Pardon?
Is this our break now?
Yes.
Yeah.
13 minutes.
13.
I get some.
Wow. I'm just gonna get water. I have enough water for 15 minutes. Just gonna get water. Some water, G. Even up. You gonna get food? I'm literally getting water, going to the toilet, and coming back. Yeah, alright.
No, I'll probably wait till 2.
Okay.
Or if they want another break at 12-ish. Also, you're only meant to, are you doing work while you're here? You're only getting paid 2 hours, right?
Yeah, 4 hours. Oh, sorry, 4 hours.
Wait, I don't think.
Wait a sec. I'm actually only got paid for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I have no idea because I haven't got my first payslip.
I don't want you to hang about and not get paid.
No, that's totally fine. Yeah, they're probably doing the same as well.
No, I am, but I'm taking a pay cut.
Pay cut.
As in, like, I'm just gonna stretch. So you probably need like $50 an hour, right?
Yeah.
They're paying me a little bit more, so I'll do the full 4 hours and just do it at a cheaper
Okay.
rate. But if you're getting paid less than $50 an hour, it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. $25 an hour.
Well, if you know how much HDR pays for me, so this is actually better.
They're paying, yeah, but they're probably not paying $25 an hour.
It's about they comparing me with second year architectural graduate, probably because they're sponsoring the scholarship.
Sure, but that's not that. Yeah, because you're getting a PhD.
Yeah, sponsored by them, so that's.
Yeah, so that's it's better than HDR, but not if you work 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it's all fine. Yeah, it's better for PhDs to teach and just do your own stuff.
Yeah, but I want you to. It's not fair, man. Hang
Kane does weird things. He does such weird things, and he just says, "Oh, yeah, you tutor for 2 hours and you tutor for 2 hours." It's like it doesn't work like that, Hank. It just doesn't work.
Oh yeah, I remember what happens is I got paid for 4 hours for half of this semester.
Yeah.
Exactly like you said. Yeah. So, but actually I'm learning a lot from you. So I'm not complaining at all. I'm learning a lot from Ramsey as well.
A lot of people complain that students don't know about construction coming out of uni, and then I say, well, what do you actually want them to know? And they go, well, they don't know anything. But most of the stuff that you learn about construction, you learn in the industry. You don't learn, like I never learned this stuff at uni, and I've looked like I know it. But the thing is, I wouldn't know how to detail a flashing, because I've never done flashings. And these guys won't know how to do flashings because
I don't even know what is flashing.
Exactly. Okay, maybe I need to explain. We'll get to that later on in the term. But yeah, so knowing what something is, knowing UC or UB.
Yeah.
So I feel like just giving them just even like, oh, this is like, just go open up a ceiling and see what it is. It gives them so much more knowledge than not knowing.
I agree. I strongly agree. I feel architecture or the entire FP school, maybe excluding construction management, is trying to teach arts degree to students.
It is, yeah, it is.
It's more liberal art.
But if you're doing art, like if I'm a good artist, I need to know about what I'm using. You need to know about the oil or whatever, like the material that you're putting artwork together. And this stuff, it needs to be built for it to be architecture.
Yeah, exactly. Architecture used to be a science degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bachelor of Science. But we initiated Bachelor of Architecture. And for the ones who don't know construction at all, just pave their way along this architecture degree. I don't think it's.
Is this the first time someone's dismantled the building?
Yeah.
Try to observe construction sites if you have the chance. Lots of interesting things are going on.
Do they like get the family class from Revit and then replicate it in Rhino?
It can do that, yeah.
How much did you guys know about categories, families, and types? Do you understand hierarchy?
I'll cover. I can cover it. If you want to cover it, I've got actually.
I got to refresh it.
Check this out. So because they're building Rhino inside, McNeil have been writing documentation about Grasshopper for Rhino inside, which means they've had to explain things about Revit.
But just be very careful. I think he's still deprecating a lot of.
Yeah, I know. I've said it's in beta. It's always it's going to change. But the thing is, I started using Grasshopper when it was changing every week.
Oh yeah. Grasshopper is so classic. Even for Rhino 5 version of Grasshopper script, it still works in nowadays.
Yeah, because it's all it's all XML.
Yeah. So simple.
Check this out, man. So they've explained category, family, type, instance makes your element. All of those things together. Then in your Revit document, you've got design options, groups, bases, and work sets, and they are all.
Yeah.
No one's explained this to me. This way.
Yeah. Wow. This is much better than the Dynamo documentation.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain the same content, but much shittier.
So I'm gonna run through this in a sec.
Okay, this is good. This is really good.
Huh? Pardon?
We sort of remember this, right?
Have you seen these before?
We've seen. Oh, not this. The Rhino inside Revit though.
Well, yeah. The guys are making Rhino inside Revit are documenting and explaining Revit better than what Revit explains it.
Well, they charge for classes for training them, like what the BIM group what's it called, BIM group? CAD group.
Mm.
Yeah, all of that does.
Man, I hate Revit.
And
This is cool. The fact that they've gone, okay,
I
there's
like
this.
quite a bit in that one.
yeah,
Like, I sort of understood it after a while.
In what?
Revit. Yeah, he didn't understand.
Huh?
He didn't understand Revit with the lectures that we had.
Okay,
last
I'm
year.
gonna go over it very quickly in my way. If that, in a way that, like, I don't touch Revit that much, but you need to know at least these things. I fucking hate these groups.
we probably don't want to touch that much.
We're not gonna touch groups.
Some of this has to be
We understand what it says.
done
Yeah,
using
I-
scripts, like
Yeah.
Python or
Yeah,
something.
also delete all your work sets. Yeah.
Documentation.
Oh, yeah, you delete all your.
The thing is, when they made Revit, they were like, we're gonna make this so not CAD. Like, we're not, like, even though work sets, you could just call work sets layers, right?
Yeah, that's what we.
But they were like, no, it's layers are already a thing in CAD. We're gonna like call it something else. We're gonna call it work set.
And they specifically ask you not to use work set as layers.
This is the layer structure. It's a four-pronged layer structure.
Oh yeah.
So they've made it's a four-dimensional layer structure. So something can exist on multiple layers. It can exist on. I'm literally doing the next part of this.
But the
Wait.
problem is if you put an element onto a multi-dimensional, say in two different options, while in another two different types
No.
of groups,
It's as in
belongs to different options.
it can exist on an option.
Mhm.
It has to exist on, in a group or not
On
in a group.
as well.
It has to exist in a work set
Yeah.
and also in a phase.
Yeah, it exists in phase is almost like a property to everything. Like that's easier.
Yeah. So, but those four layer structures. You then turn. If you turn off a phase, that turns off everything in it, right?
Yeah.
But that, even though that's in this group, that it's hidden.
Yeah.
So
well, phase is easier, but say
no, same with
option
work
and group.
sets and same with options.
The problem is
You can turn multiple options off.
yes,
Yeah.
you
can.
If it belongs to different option
Yes.
sets. Yeah. But if it's in the same option set, but you have groups that may have to join with something, you're just creating disaster.
Yeah.
Like, it's so conflicted. This structure is so conflicted. So yeah, good architects tries to avoid options at their best.
People just don't understand this stuff.
Yeah.
They're never taught it. Even only the only people that really get their head around it are the BIM managers.
Oh yeah. And they're quite expensive.
Well, not only that, this course is kind of trying to make BIM managers.
Yeah.
So some of you guys will come out as BIM on a pathway for becoming BIM manager, huh?
BIM technician, BIM model managers, like entry dogs.
If you actually look at like content creation is probably the first thing that a BIM manager ends up doing.
Yeah.
And then they end up climbing the ranks into a senior BIM manager role.
Yeah, like cleaning up the models.
Teaching people how to use Revit.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Auditing.
I do that.
Doing clash detections.
Oh yeah, the clash detection. That was fun.
So you guys had to do clash detection?
Yeah, my group didn't know how to do it. They saved all their stuff locally, and they never actually sent stuff to the cloud.
Yeah.
So when we were doing clash detections, like the day before, it was like, oh, there's no clashes and stuff, and then suddenly there's like 4,000 clashes. I'm like, oh.
The thing is, if something just touches something else,
Yeah, it's a clash.
it's not clashing. So if you've got 0 clashes, something's wrong, right? You don't have a building. So
You have to change the project.
Yeah, we have to change the model. Also, I'm still confused what's due next week, by the way. Like, we're still feel quite in the dark regarding that.
well, you'll stay in the dark. No, okay. Do you want me to really? Do you want me to lay it out?
Yeah, I'm still confused on what's actually due next week.
I want a PDF. This is minimum. Minimum.
Is there
How
like
many pages?
There's.
Hey Andrew, did we get a chance to review their work?
We will do that today.
Yeah,
We've
let's
still
do
got a few hours.
Yeah.
I didn't really stop. We've had 2 assessments due this week as well.
Hey, do it now.
of it. I ended up just rewatching all of last week's lecture.
I need minimum one PDF, one 3DM, and one Grasshopper file.
3DM your file. This section.
If you've got a Grasshopper file,
You have to.
you've got a 3DM, right? So I need whatever you've done in Grasshopper and 3DM in submitted. I don't care if it went into the PDF or not. Whatever you've done on this course for the last 3 weeks in Grasshopper and 3DM, submit it.
Oh, it's just everything that we've done over the past 3 weeks, essentially.
Yes.
Just all in one file.
No, you can submit multiple files.
Okay, that's actually, I thought we had to do like an actual like full on.
You do
We want to see
compiled in the
the
in the PDF. You don't have to. If you've got multiple files, that's fine. But if you want to do it all compiled in one, that's also fine.
So essentially, what we're saying is we should just go through all the lectures that you recorded and then just look over what we've done. Check that it's all right.
Yep.
Maybe
Explore,
explore it a bit.
but we want street sections, and we want to see a diagram of your building with the offsets,
Okay.
the buildings with the offsets, and the FSRs and areas for that building.
As much information, not clutter. as
Okay.
possible.
It needs to be communicated well.
Sorry, so for the buildings,
Yeah.
do you gotta like get the information, get a lot like the lights and things from the OpenStreetMap, and then take it to my browser?
Yep.
You can,
The one thing I don't want to do is handhold you guys. So we were going to show you OpenStreetMap methods. We were, but I think there's plenty of information out there for you guys to get your building's footprint, the cadastre, into Rhino. If that means tracing a model, like tracing a satellite image, then you can do that. Okay. One thing I will point out, it's 11:33, so everyone's off their break, so everyone should be here. They're not here in person, but whatever.
no, it's not even that far. It's like 5 minutes. It's like 5 minutes just down there.
Google Maps is in the web Mercator projection, which is what we're currently looking at here. What that means is this is a 2D representation of a 3D surface, compound surface, which means if I take Greenland and Australia and we actually drag Greenland through that projection, it's actually only this big compared to Australia.
Oh.
Okay, because this is the top of a sphere, right? And if you take the top of a sphere that's this small and you stretch it out, it becomes very, very big. So Antarctica is not this giant strip of land at the bottom of the Earth. It's a cap. It's a cap of land.
So cool.
Okay? What that means is, if you're ever looking at the world in 2D, there is going to be some distortion. And so if you go and trace something, if we just go and trace New South Wales in this system and measure its area, it will be different to the actual area of New South Wales. And you might find that your site will be a different size to in reality. It doesn't matter so much for this assignment. We're not building a building, so being 1 meter off doesn't matter, okay? But if you ever are actually tracing something off the internet in New South Wales, I suggest going to this website called 6maps. The reason 6maps is good, other than the fact that its satellite imagery is quite detailed and useful and it's free, it is showing you Sydney in the Sydney projection, not Web Mercator. So if I draw something and measure the area in 6maps, it will be giving. So if you take a screenshot, for example, it'll be more accurate than getting it from Google, because of that distortion. Okay, so 6 maps. From that, you can go find your site and trace it if you really want. I'm cool with that. If you do trace it, you can see there's a little scale bar on the left there to get your scale right. So you can go find Macquarie Park. Macquarie Park's like up here somewhere.
You go over tracing stuff in like the first lecture, right?
Pardon?
You go over tracing stuff in like the first lecture.
Just now.
No? What do you mean? You can. Oh, look, it's pretty simple. You take a screenshot and import it into Rhino. Do you know how to do it? Do you need me to talk you through it?
It's gonna be, yeah.
So like, look, at this zoom, that's 100 meters. So if you bring this image into Rhino, you just scale this so that it's 100 meters.
So for the, you want us to do the lanes and things, but like, it has a certain like 3 map. So
I want you to redesign the roads.
oh, wow.
Look, we're only using Macquarie Park as an example here. We're going to change things. I want you to design roads because you might have to do that one day. Someone's done this work, right, already. I want you to redo it, change it up a little bit. The key thing is I want you to think about what you need to communicate. I want you to communicate the boundary of the building and also what's achievable with the area. I want you to show that you're meeting the FSR or meeting the maximum height, and I want to see what the street sections you've designed are doing and what their relationship is. You can use sections, plans, isometrics, 3Ds, tables, diagrams, whatever you want. You can even use text. I'm going to tell you now that's the worst thing you can use to try and communicate that to us. Okay? As I've said, I believe the best way to learn is to fail, and you guys will probably struggle at this, and I will tell you where you failed. Okay? But that is the whole purpose of this learning exercise.
So that's why it's important to see your work as soon as possible so we can give you feedbacks as well. So if you haven't worked on something yet, maybe this is the best chance to just start catching up.
Okay, this Rhino exercise is going to be quick. So, because it's fairly simple. I hope that I always say that about Revit and then it fucks me over. Oh, it's just simple in Revit, and then Revit goes, fuck you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Okay, so grids. I can tell you now, if I was starting my own job and it was just me starting it, I would be making my grid system in Grasshopper. If I join a job, someone has made a grid system already and they've done that either in Revit or in AutoCAD or whatever. I can tell you now that grids can be some of the most important things ever. Ever, ever, ever. One of the directors from my company, he's from South Africa. So he has, and we also have a very good relationship with Malaysia, Malaysian companies, and a lot of Malaysia owns a lot of South Africa. And so Durban, which is a part of South Africa, has they wanted to renew this area, so this is all going to be filled in with high-rise residential and commercial buildings, and they wanted to build this beachfront promenade, and so this is this fancy, wacky GRC promenade that people can use to walk up and down. No one cares about getting sunburnt in South Africa, so there's no shade. and it's very, very, very long. Very long, right? The person who started this job started it in Revit. Even though a lot of the work was done in Rhino, they started it in Revit. They set the grids out in Revit, and they copied the grids over and over again. Now, Revit is a bit of a dick. It's a lot of a dick, but it's a bit of a dick when it comes to dimensioning. If you dimension something in Revit, it usually rounds that dimension up or down to a reasonable number. So if you've got a slight inaccuracy in it,
It's going to be only 0.1 millimeters.
yeah, you're not going to see that inaccuracy, right? And it only matters for jobs this long, but there was an inaccuracy in our measurement for our grid in Revit, enough that if you measure the full length of the grid, it ended up getting about 100 mils offset. So there was just enough that it was 100 mils offset. And it was fucking shit, right? We had to redo quite a lot of work. It was probably 2 weeks of 2 people working worth of a mistake on that job. So if I ever do have control over a job when I start, I prefer to control it in the most accurate software I can possibly think of, and that's Grasshopper, because I can tell Grasshopper, make something 10 meters away, and it will fucking make something 10 meters away. It won't be 10.1, it won't be 9,998, it's 10. It might be off by like 0.0001 millimeters, but that doesn't matter. So, but I want you to know that you will end up finding that you will have files set out like this, like a DWG from someone, and you'll probably have to reference grids in via that DWG, that CAD file. But what we're going to do very simply is we're going to go grab a series. We're going to tell it how far apart we want our grids. Minimum grid size, 5 meters. We won't go much smaller than that. Like maybe 4, maybe even 3 on some jobs. But yeah, just make it 4. So 4 to 10. That's making a series that's going from 0 to 9, and then we can control how many grids we want using a slider. Basically, any means of generating numbers is what you kind of want here with this grid system. You might want to increase one of these. You guys should know how to create like variable dimensions, right? Like, oh, we want 10, 10, 10, 15, 10, 10, 10. What's the number for that? Cool, easy. So we're just going to use a regular system at the moment though to plug in some points along the x-axis, and we'll do the same thing for the y. And if we actually no, we don't want to do that. We want to do this. And so we want a line coming off our X points. This is very, very simple stuff, so you guys should be able to follow along very quickly. We want that pointing in the Y direction, and the length, we'll just chuck a slider in there for now. There's our length. Let's make that. Actually, we can use the final number of the Y series for the length, I think. No, we can't. If it moves, we can't. Let's just pump this up. However you want to generate these numbers, you can. So we could measure a bounding box and produce the lines from that bounding box, whatever. Like, let's do that. Grab the bounding box of these points. Right click it and make sure it's a union box. This is a box, it's a flat box. So if we throw planes through this, what am I doing? We throw y-x planes through it and intersect.
You put X up
No, y, z.
there. Oh.
It's there. There, it's working.
Yeah, yeah.
That's giving us those line-like curves cutting through that. Yeah?
Yep.
So if I play around with these dimensions now, that box is responding. See how this is a bit slow? Do you see that being janky? That's not the frame rate of the video. That's Revit trying to display these. So if I turn that off and bring Grasshopper back, then that runs smoother, right? So not as smooth, but it's smooth-ish. I mean, it's smoother, but yeah, Revit's just going to slow everything down, unfortunately. That's giving us those line-like curves, and we can do the exact same thing in the opposite direction with the XZ plane, intersecting that. Where's my Rhino? There we go. And grids usually are for structure, but they're also used for just visual construction. They are not infinite. Grids are not infinite. They are a line and they stop at a certain point. So generally, when you do look at a grid on a drawing, this is what it's represented by, but in annotation, you might find that the grid does extend. I believe Revit doesn't extend it for documentation purposes.
I think Revit has to, there is basically a grid plane. Like
Yeah, but
actual grid.
there are buildings that could do this.
Yeah, and they have actual lines to represent the extent of the grid.
Yeah, so that there is, this could stop at this grid system could stop at this point here, and these lines will continue to that point, but they're not infinite. Once they get to that point, they don't keep going. They might, turn off on an angle and do this, right? So just know, even though we might think of grids, like I think of grids as infinite, a documentation package won't, especially on buildings that are a bit more complicated than a square grid. So I honestly think this is fine for a grid system, but some other people might say, no, the grids need to extend. And so rather than extending the bounding box, what's probably easier to control is just extending your curves via this extend curve function. And through that, we can say, hey, let's extend those curves by the length of a curve. So, length of a grid. So we'll chuck that 10 in there, 10 in there. Oops, we want 10 in there. And the 10 from this one in there. Oop. And that gives you that sort of like overshooting grid look that you see in architecture. Huh? I'm just extending the curves because they were going to the bounding box. I've just extended them by 10 meters on either side. And so if I change the scale of one of the orientations of the grid, set that to 9 meters. Ooh, my bounding box is being a dick. Let's also just scale this bounding box a little bit. So if I get the center point, actually scale uniformly.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we just take the final item of the list for the end point of the line? You sort of
why I didn't do that? Because you might have a situation like this, where the first point like isn't at 0, and you'll find that when you do actually start setting buildings out, the origin point of your model will not actually be anything relative to your building. Okay, so if we go just get a survey of any building site, surveys, I'll try and find you some surveys that I can share. Surveys are oriented to the Sydney coordinate system. So 6 maps is a great example. It'll actually tell us the Sydney coordinates. So here's UNSW. Here's us. We're in this building, the square house. So if I use the coordinate tool, the lat long of this is it actually going to tell us. So that's the lat long in minutes and degrees, etc. It's 151 degrees and negative 33 degrees off Greenwich Mean Time. But if we go to MGA 56 and we want it in GDA 2020, and I'll explain this maybe another week. But there's the coordinate system there. That's the coordinate system that you're going to get surveys in normally in Sydney. And the problem is, and this is why like setting up a job from the very beginning, thinking about the end of a job is very important. Someone on site has to go build your thing, and they need a reference point. And so generally when you look at these surveys, there's going to be something around your building that won't move.
A survey point.
It's a survey point. And so they end up, either a surveyor might end up putting a big pin in the ground, or you might end up, you know, like you might see like council taps on the side of a road. That's not going to move. Like it's a plumbing pipe that sits in, it's not going to move. And so you end up making that something that won't move, your origin point. And so when someone goes on site and they're measuring their grids, they're measuring it off that point. And so that's usually going to be your origin. So your building's very rarely going to be at that point. That's why I say that, Jason. But you can use it.
Could you use that? You just measure the point. You know, again, get that list, get the first item, get the last item, the list. You just measure the distance between the first and last point.
Dude, you could. There's a billion ways you can do. There's 1,000 ways you can do this. Okay, cool. I'm just showing one way, which is a bit more interesting, which is, you know, you create a surface and you cut sections through it. You don't have to do it that way, but we can. I'm scaling this up just so a little bit so that the section lines cut through it. I'm going to set that back to 0. There's our section lines cutting through it. We're good. Okay. So grids have names. They have labels. Have the BIM class taught you that? Yeah? You usually have numbers running in one direction and letters running in others. Is there any prohibited number or letter that you are aware of? Has anyone spoken to you about that? No. Okay. I have 26 grids in one direction and 26 grids in another. And I refer to this grid. everyone on the webcam can see? What grid am I referring to? I've written it down. I've written this down on a piece of paper. Which grid am I talking about? Am I talking about 1, I, or L? So we don't use lowercase letters. Okay, we only use uppercase. So it could only be I or 1. And depending on your font, depending on if someone's writing it with a pen, we never use I. And we never use O. Okay? If you use I or O, you are fucked. You could cause the worst errors in the world. Oh, we're talking about grid reference 25O. And someone thinks you're talking about grid 250 or 20, grid 20. Right? And you're right. People, you're going, are people actually writing stuff down? Yes. People hand write on drawings all the time. The person going around site, they're not walking around with a tablet, even though videos make out as if they do. They walk around with a printed out drawing that has markups on it, and they work it out. Or someone with a schedule is told, I need to install a door at grid reference blah blah. I and O, gone. They don't exist. Okay? So, when we go to make grids in Revit, there's a grid creation tool in the model section. There's add grid. That lets you control the name of the grid. And the names are really important. I personally believe that in a BIM model, even though you've got lettered grids, you should also have numbers associated with that grid. So we might have the regular grid section that goes 1, 2, A, B, C, D, F, G. I think somewhere there needs to be a parameter on that grid that says 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because it makes it easier mathematically to say in the X direction, go pick out all objects within 5 to 10 and within 10 to 15 in the Y direction, and that will the computer understands less than, greater than, much better than letters. And so, but we won't do that here. But I'm not sure you can actually even put parameters on grids. You must be able to, but yeah, we prefer that. I prefer that. But we're just going to use the names for now. So we will flatten this list of extended curves. So these are going in the X direction. It really doesn't matter if you use numbers or letters, as long as one direction is one way and one's the other, and you're consistent in that. So we can add those curves straight away, and you can see Revit immediately puts in, Rhino immediately puts in those construction planes in the Rhino view. But if I jump back into Revit somehow, and I go over to my ground floor working plane, because this isn't a new file, the last numbered grid that I put in, Revit immediately just steps that up auto by 1. So it says 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Cool? Yes.
Small question.
Or LL, L2, L3, I3, yeah?
If my scale or units is not right for my Revit, do I change it in Rhino or do I change it in Revit?
Change.
My line is very small, so
you need to draw in millimeters in Rhino. Revit, if you make a metric Revit file, by the way, most of us, if we work in anywhere but the US, Burma, or Lithuania, will be using metric for our career. If you choose metric, then your Rhino file has to be in millimeters. If you choose imperial, your Rhino file has to be in feet, which you won't use.
What if you install
Pardon?
I was just wondering, series, not the entire estate using the imperial.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. A lot of engineering firms use metric. Pardon? Yeah. Because metric's just smart. It's smarter. It's a smarter numbering system. But I can tell you now, the people building buildings, like the guys buying timber in the US and putting a building together, are buying that timber in imperial. And we get imperial products here in Australia as well because it's manufactured in the US and we get it here.
It's just the old system that just stick with us, maybe forever.
Yeah.
Like, and they sort of have justifications for your kitchen has to be at least 3 feet wide or something. Like you just can measure.
It's
feet. It's like 3 feet. Probably not 3. I'm just using a random number.
3 feet's about 90 centimeters.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a really good thing to remember is a centimeter. A ruler. You know those rulers that you put in your pencil case? Those are 12 inches long, which is a foot. And we have 30 centimeters on them. Is that a hand up?
Yes.
Yeah, so that ruler there is probably 30 centimeters long, right? Yeah. So that's a foot. So whenever someone says 10 feet, it's around 3 meters.
Yeah, I would usually just remember like, because there's a 1 foot. Like 1 foot is 30 centimeters, which is equally to like the size of a foot.
Yeah.
That's how I use it.
These two because I want this to start.
Okay. So we're gonna control the numbers. Unfortunately, grids start at 1 normally, conventionally. I'd love them to start at 0. Get some Grasshopper indexing, computer science indexing, but we'll start this one off at 1. So with this series, we can make another series. We can measure its length. So we'll do that. We'll create a series. Oh no, we won't. We'll just use this number here. So there's 6. We want that stepping up by 1. And we want that to start at number 1. So there's 1 there. And we're going to use, just as a safety net, I reckon we need to plug this through a text parameter. So what that's doing is it's just making sure that it's a string. I'm just being careful there. Plug that into the n function, and if we go look at Revit, that's now giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, sorry, could you start with the series one more time?
Yeah. All we're doing is we're making a series that is the same length as our grids. So the grids in one direction, there's 6 of them. So we're just matching that. We're making a 6 long series that starts at 1. It steps up by default at 1. We can literally use that variable twice. And we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That gets put into a text parameter. The only reason I'm doing that is to force it to be text. Because I'm very confident the parameter in Revit is a text parameter. Oh, what happened there? And then if I reset that, rebake it, it pushes those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 back into the model. Does that make sense, Tom?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Okay. So, what if we want to make a letter sequence? There is a function in Grasshopper that does that. It's called character sequence. What this thing does is it takes a count, so you tell it how many letters you want. It takes a pool. So if I just extract that pool parameter, at the moment it starts with the regular alphabet. and then it also has a formatting mask, and we can kind of get in. You can get into formatting masks by looking them up. At the moment, we only need the basic one. So because we've got this character pool of A to Z, and we want to exclude I and O, we can copy that alphabet, paste it, and go in and remove I and O from that list, and use that as the input for our character pool. And from there, we can then tell it we want 6 items from that character sequence. So that'll give us A, B, C, D, E, F. And if we skip over, like if we end up making quite a lot of grids there, you can see it skips over I. I know. So I've made it, just for the people who kind of missed this in the room, we've made a series. We've made sure it's turned into text, and we're plugging that into the name of the grid. That'll automatically is that what you guys were actually trying to work out there?
We're trying to figure it out using schedules in Revit.
Oh no, fuck Revit.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
You have to type it in manually, right?
Yeah.
Which sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. This thing, when you create the grid, lets you control the name. So we've got the text series that controls that, and then with our other grid system, we've got a character sequence. We've made sure that the pool of letters has I and O removed from it. We're telling it we want X number of characters, so that's giving us A, B to K, skipping I, and you plug in to N. I want to just reiterate, don't ever make the same mistakes I've made in your career. If someone says, how many grids are there in this certain direction, do not go and count the letter. Go, oh, it's 1 there and it's 10 there, and then go, well, then that means there's not 10 grids, because someone somewhere might have added a subgrid. They might have skipped a number, and so just make sure you always count. Don't ever use maths to work that how many there are. And one of those particular errors have happened to me early on. Someone asked me how many corporate suites were in the stadium. They wanted me to check how many there were. I went and just looked at the last number and saw that there was 27. So no, 25. There are 25 suites. And they went, what? No, that can't be right. That can't be right. Check again. So I checked again. No, there's 25. And they're like, no, there's something seriously wrong. And so I kind of made a fool of myself because I didn't count them. Obviously, if you were trying to sell a corporate suite in Australia and that suite was number 13, you'd be worried that people would be superstitious and they wouldn't buy that suite. And so we had to skip suite 13. Okay? If you're building a stadium in China, you have to skip suite 4. If you're building a multi-story building in China, what floor do you have to skip? 18. Yeah. So just be mindful that you have to count these things, because people leave out numbers and they leave out characters, and you might have to code that one day.
Have you ever worked with something like Chinese companies?
Yes.
They do believe in function.
Yes. I have tried to design a stadium for the China Fortune Club. It was a competition, and they did not like the fact that I had pointy parts in my design, like pointy bits. They're like, no, energy. The energy will come off that. Pointy. I had pointy buildings.
Very sharp corners.
Very sharp corners. They didn't like it. Bad feng shui. It had a mirror finish. No, it's bad. It reflects good energy. Bad feng shui. You don't like it?
My roommate was like, no.
No, bad feng shui.
Even in Australia, Sydney, we did residential living unit, like for old. It's called retirement living. in a suburb that is populated with Asian. And when we do the design, we actually had a feng shui consultant to review it.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's by a major tier 1 developer, but it still gets reviewed by feng shui.
How much do you earn, like, every time that you evaluate like the entire?
It's fucking annoying. It is so fucking annoying. Sorry to say this as a like from a cultural perspective, but for someone to say I don't like this, and you go, well, why? And they go, because of feng shui. It's like, it's so annoying. Jakarta Exhibition Center is not in China, but Indonesia has been influenced by Chinese feng shui. Most of you guys are Asian. Okay, just to explain to Jason and Tom and maybe Emilio, half, it's very bad practice to put chopsticks into rice.
That's right.
You cannot stick chopsticks into rice. They have to be set aside because chopsticks in rice look like incense sticks that you would put when someone has died.
Yes. Yes.
And so it's a very bad omen to stick chopsticks in rice. In Japan, and I don't know about China, but you can't actually hand food from one person to another from one set of chopsticks to another. Can you do that in China?
We can.
Okay, in Japan you can't do that because it's part of it's not because it's tricky. It's part of the death ritual, the funeral ritual. After someone is cremated, people pick up the bones from the cremated body and they hand the bones along from chopstick to chopstick. So that has proliferated into culture. Okay?
Yeah, I think like the chopsticks that we agreed to use like when we put it in set up the rice is also kind of like
Let me show you how fucking annoying this is. Oh, fuck.
Did you ever do that to your wife?
Yeah, she gets annoyed at me. She's like, no! Take those chopsticks out. I'm like, like, you've told me that you don't believe in any of that stuff. And she's like, I don't care, just don't do it. So, like, it's kind of like in Sydney, I know Jewish people who, like, as in they're culturally Jewish, but they don't believe in Judaism, and yet they still don't eat pork. Right? It's almost like that. You guys just feel like it's bad, right? Certain people just feel bad when they see chopsticks in rice. Your mum told you shouldn't do it, and you're going to tell your kids you're not going to do it, right? Not to do it.
No way,
Andrew, I have one category component seems not
Hang on, we're getting distracted. I want to show you guys this because it is an important lesson. See this building? This is in Jakarta. We used to have see these columns? These columns come up and then they umbrella out and they hold up the roof, and there's 4 of them. This building doesn't need all 4 of them. It only needs 2. And we actually had 2 coming from the ground. It went from here up and then here up. And they said it looks too much like death incense sticks. Change it. And then, so we had the columns coming up and we had 1 coming up and 1 coming up. And they said, no, it still looks like death incense sticks. We had to add 2 more. We had to make it more than 2 so it didn't look like death incense sticks. No, didn't matter. It was white when we showed it to them. It looks like death incense sticks. We don't want our Chinese clients who are coming to this exhibition to be like, this is a bad omen. Like, I'm not going in this building, I'm going to die. And the thing is, like, with these superstitions, so with 13 and with 4 or 8, the thing is, you might have, like, the whole population might be like, fuck it, we don't care, right? But the person trying to sell the building, trying to sell the suite, wants to reduce and remove all the risk. And so even if just one person might end up saying, no, I don't want that suite because it's suite 13, just change it. Just add another column because of the bad omen.
Yeah, if I were to buy a flat, I would rather like if there is like a discount for like buy 18, I would rather buy other floors, even though it's like cheaper.
And just to throw a question to Tom and Jason, do you know why the number 4 is bad for China and Japan?
No idea.
The word for 4. So the word for 4. So 一二三四 是 is the same word. 是 is death in Chinese, and that's why they don't like 4.
But what's wrong with 8 and 18?
No, 8 is good. 18 is like.
It is good.
Yeah.
Hell.
So it's because the words sound like other words, and then they've been attached to those as a meaning. So, and look,
Probably got something else.
in the Australia, in the Pacific, even though we speak English, we have to learn more about Asian culture for buildings because there are more Asians coming into Australia, and we are doing more work in Asia, and so we just have to learn it. And even though I hate it, more so feng shui, like punching a hole through a building so the wind spirit can travel through it to get to the ocean.
I think it's culturally sensitive. Being culturally sensitive.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's sensitive's the wrong word. It's culturally aware.
Oh yeah.
But the problem is that it's always a surprise. There's always something new. Like I've put a mirror somewhere and someone goes, no, that's bad. Like you just learn it by mistake.
I heard from old Chinese architects to win argument with clients to say, you know why I designed it? Because it's good for feng shui.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no argument why.
Yeah, but there's some.
But it actually works.
There are some common things that people know are bad feng shui, like points or the two death sticks and stuff like that.
Some are natural, like the orientation. Sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Some are just ridiculous.
I have one agree component is breaking. I don't know why.
Okay, give me one more second. So what I've found with this is because it is repeating baking those objects, sometimes Revit repeats numbering them. So what we might need to do is just graft these as they go in. And that probably cleans up the... No, that does not clean that up. Fucking hate Revit. Why is it... Oh no, there we go. A, B, C, D, F, G, and... Cool. Okay, so we've got a grid. Whilst I help someone out, have a think about how we might place columns.
What's up?
I have
Any more questions?
like when I doing something with
I don't know. Yours is yeah. You're in second line. What's the problem?
I was trying to map the series, which is 1 to 6, but when it comes to the numbering option on the it turns out to maybe it's like
Probably because at wrong order, right?
yeah, I'm not.
Check it and you can fix it. Go this second. Great. Your problem? Okay. Where's your why you're wise? Do you prefer it? Okay.
as I know I will look into this structure to check.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. So it doesn't automatically update.
Look, Revit's renumbering them as well. It's trying to renumber them whilst you're numbering them. So sometimes you just have to go delete it.
How can I show up the free circle?
Huh?
That's the view template. It's definitely. I don't know that question. I don't know how.
It's very
I had
weird.
it show up once and then
Leo will be able to answer that.
what's that one? How can I get the grid circle, the non-grid?
It's probably just pick one grid. At the time, just see it says 6.5 meters per hour.
The number of steps.
Yeah, just that's what I thought. Another thing, yeah, it's very small. So it's the scale. So it's
Oh yes.
yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. I think you probably put dimension this one and this one. Let's check what's the distance. Use the line dimension. That's fine. Click cancel. Dimension. I think you are wrong. Probably get 550 millimeters. So that's
Yeah.
Mine, so mine like A and my 1 don't line up. So like it goes like at 8 is like closest to A.
My suggestion is if you're finding that the grids are a bit funky, is just go in, unpin them in Revit, delete them, and then run the Grasshopper script again.
Yeah, I did that and it's now done it. Like before I had a different problem and now that's the new problem after restarting it. It's just the...
Like you can see here I've got 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42.
Yeah, it's embedded thing.
I know. So look, my comment about these grids is once you've made this script that sets grids out, fucking walk away from it. Close it. Don't touch it. Like this is now not doing letters. This is shit.
Can't you give a name while you're writing the grid?
Huh?
What's wrong with naming the grid while you're writing from Grasshopper? It's not working?
Because Revit is also trying to name it. Grasshopper names it, and then Revit goes, you want to name... This is... So, there is maybe another way of doing it.
Getting all the grid elements and write your name again.
Yeah, like as in you just you have to analyze the actual system and then name it once it's been baked. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to save the script. Grids. And then we're going to close it because we don't want it editing the grids anymore. Okay? That's it. Once the grids are set and we're happy with them, leave them alone. Turn the grids off in Grasshopper. And now if we're going to touch grids in Grasshopper, we're going to touch them via querying the Revit model. Just make a new Grasshopper file. Don't use... You can save it, but don't open it again. If you do go to open a file like a grid file, prior to opening it, disable it so then it doesn't run. It doesn't affect your Revit model. And then you can turn things off and all of that and then run it. Okay, so querying grids is very simple. In the model section, there is a query grids component. And that will just give you those grids based on the Revit model. So these are the ones that we just baked in. And I believe because these objects, you can see they're Revit grids. So that's a class of object, just like BREP is a class of object or curve is a class of object. These don't necessarily work with Grasshopper methods. So if does it work? Yeah, it doesn't work. No. So if I try and move it, it doesn't work, right? Because move requires you to put in geometry, not Revit classes. So if we want to do anything with this, we need to be able to deconstruct it in some way back to some kind of NURBS or mathematical geometry. Revit has that. Not Revit, sorry. Grasshopper inside should have that, and I believe it is done via.
Maybe try adding geometry.
You mean over here?
I can't see a screen yet, probably.
No.
How do you mouse unpin?
Pardon?
Like, how do you highlight everything and unpin all of them at once on Revit?
Sorry, what do you mean?
So before you said to try and fix your script, to select everything, unpin it all, and then run the script again.
Select everything. You can't use Control A. You have to mouse over it. Then there's this little pin with a cross in the Modify Grids tab. Or you can type UP.
Okay, yeah.
And then you can delete it.
Sweet. Thank you.
Pardon?
Was it Russell for 5 focus?
Oh, I don't have bifocals up. Sure. Whoop. This is the problem. I didn't use Revit to get the grids in my test. So how do we get grids here? Query grids, query levels, level identity, add model line, add sketch plane. So if I say, just bear with me. So if I go query levels, because we need these as well, this will give us a list of all the levels that are in our template model. And my particular template model has 4 levels. What does your template model have? 2? Okay. We're going to need to know what these are when we place columns. And if we use the level identity component, that will at least give us the elevation of that level. And we can use that to build a plane. Now, query grids is unfortunately a piece of shit because we can't deconstruct it. You have to use the Revit API to get this geometry. If I said, hey, geometry, element, get element curve. There we go. Yeah, so in element, there's a component called element curve. I believe any element that is defined by a line or a curve in some way, like walls, you can get that element center line or control line using that component. So that will give you the center line of those. Now grids are generally always vertical planes, so we can very easily turn these back into, actually we don't want to make them planes because they're not infinite. Rather, we've just got a bunch of curves. If I want to find the intersection of those curves, we have to do something, right? We can either say, hey, just find the intersection of a bundle of mess. So see these multiple curves? You can plug a mess of curves in and that'll just give you points. The thing is, you cannot guarantee the order of those points and the structure out, and that might be useful to you, and it will be useful to us. We can't, like if I try and draw a polyline now between these points to make beams, we get a mess kind of. So what's best is these query grids. We can query by name, elevation, and through filters. And I don't believe the name query is going to be powerful enough for us to get what we want. What we want is we just want grids as numbers in one list, and we want grids as letters in another. And this is where regex becomes important, which is good. I'd showed you that before. So if I quickly grab in element the get element parameter, and we pick out the name of the grid. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, A through K. We can write regex function. And so the regex function for any number is square brackets 0 to 9. And we also want to put in a asterisk, which means any number repeated for infinity. If we use a text matching function for this, sorry, we want a plus. Square brackets with 0 to 9, which means any character that from 0 to 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then plus means repeated at least once. The asterisk means repeated 0 or more times, which is why the letters also have it, because we can also include, like, technically 0 to 9 appears 0 or more times in that text, right? Cool. So 0 to 9 at least once, repeated.
How do you resize the panel?
I zoomed in and then I just mashed the.
Does it have, so that's from 0 till 5, it has to be true? Because mine is reverse.
What? No, 0 to 9 means any digit. If you do, look, if I do 0 to 5, my.
Maybe it's the order of your list.
Well, yeah, no, don't worry about the order for now. Don't worry about the order. We'll do that soon. But 0 to 9 means any number. And then if you want to do the same thing, but for letters, it's A to Z in caps. And that will give you a true false list, which you can then dispatch your grids with. So they're going to come out of A. So we're going to get the numbers in one list, and we're going to get the letters in the other. Now, Emilio noticed that his grids may have been in the wrong order. Now, assuming that everyone on your job is clever and they know what they're doing, you could assume that those numbers are going to be in order, but they might not be. Also, you might have a grid called 5A, or you might have a grid called BD, and it's there to say something other than a number system. So generally what you will need to do is, if you want to use these grids in a way to create things like beam systems and whatnot, you might have to order them using geometry rather than naming numbers and stuff like that. So are you guys aware of how you might order grids that way? Like you could pick out, like I could pick out one of these lines, right? This line here, and then these are the lines that we want to order. We can intersect these guys. That's going to tell us the parameter along that curve. We can sort synchronously these curves. So these are now in order from left to right. You can do it a lot of different ways. You can do it just by their X position, their Y position, relative to, you can do it based on polar arrays. Basically, as long as you can define a number for where a grid is, and that number is quantifiable in a scale, you can sort by that number You can get your grids sorted that way. I don't think I need to do that. I think my grids are good. Are your grids good? Let's find out. Let's just keep going. So, if we're going to put a grid point, a column at each of these grid points, okay? So we're going to intersect curve by curve intersections, and we're going to make sure that at least one of these branches is grafted, and that will create a cross-reference of points. And if I draw a vertical line from each of those points with a length, and let's make this reasonable, there's never going to be a column lower than 2 meters, because that's usually how tall a door is. So you wouldn't want a door any smaller than that, and we probably won't have columns larger than 10 meters, but who knows, but in this particular exercise, yep. And we want these to be drawn vertically, so we put a unit Z in there. And there is our 3.5 meter tall columns on our 9 meter by 9 meter grid.
Sorry, what was the difference with the photo, like this much, like so you can get the other ones?
You want A to Z instead of 0 to 1. I mean 0 to 9. So, Revit, in here we've got our build function. We can build a column. That's looking for a curve. So that's our vertical lines. And then we get into typing. The component will automatically just pick the default type. If you right click into that type, that will give you a selection method the same way that you would pick families in Revit. And this is where I'm going to come and kind of explain about families. Revit defines families through effectively 4 layers of information. The first part of that information is its category. So if we're drawing a column in Revit, does anyone know off the top of their head what category the column would belong to? No, yeah, structural column. So if you're looking for column, it won't be there. You want structural column. We want there might be, but these are structural columns. Architectural columns are columns that don't do anything structural. They just look good. So the category, then we have families. Families are generally a thing that define like the core function of whatever that thing is doing. So these desks that we're sitting at, these desks might be a family in Revit, and then the various different dimensions, heights, and materials that define that type of desk then sit within the type functions of that family. And then instance is things that are specific purely to individual columns. So you might say, okay, we're going to make all our columns out of concrete. That might be a parameter defined by the family or the type. But then on the instance, you might have a parameter that defines the paint finish, because not all our columns are going to be painted the same color. And so individually, that's a red column, that's a black column, that's a white one. Red, black, and white. Belarus somewhere, you know, some. It's instance based, and so all of those 4 things combined end up making that one object. Okay, so in this case, Grasshopper actually sort of lists it out for you. It says which category you're looking for, and actually, that is an interesting thing.
Category of categories.
There's category of categories. So categories have parameters. We're looking for model families, and the category filter that we want to find is structural columns. And I've put in 2 structural columns from the Cox library. I'm just going to use this universal 200 UC with a 60 flange.
We've got UC universal columns.
Huh?
We've got UC universal columns.
Yeah. Look, you can pick out one of those and you'll see it change. And look, Rhino's actually modeling those UCs. Right? But you might want to be able to control this parametrically. So Grasshopper does give you the ability to go pick out and query the types that are in your model. So this query types component will tell you all the Revit types. You can tell it to just pick out a certain category. So we can say, hey, just pick out structural. Why is it not giving me structural? Because structural is a long list. There's the 2, and then we can use a list item to pick that out and insert that. So I'll do that now. So I'll pick out the other column, this rectangular generic one, which is concrete. And now that's drawing these blade concrete walls in instead of the UCs. Okay, if I jump back to Revit though, and I go to my floor plan, this is not a good example. My floor plan is showing these columns. It really shouldn't be showing them. The reason that it shouldn't be showing them is what level have I drawn these columns on? I've drawn these columns on at 0, 0, right? Or more so, I've drawn them at the point at which the grid is intersecting. This point here, right? So if you remember before, I quickly put in query levels and get the level identity. These level identities will tell us, okay, level 1, level 2, roof, ground, floor. We can say, okay, we want these columns drawn at the ground floor. We need to work out what elevation the ground floor is, so we can use the member index function. Or we could also just plug ground floor into the name filter. That gives us the 3 meters. We draw a point at 3 meter elevation. Do you see what this is doing? See how it's erroring? It's saying data conversion failed from text to number. Well, so this Revit API is outputting a Revit class. And like if I actually turn this to text, if I put this through just a quick text, oh no, shit, I've just put the name in. Of course, that's the problem. But just be careful. These guys, like this level, that looks like it's text, right? But it's actually like a B-rep, just the same way as like if I was to draw a B-rep, that's not text. It's an untrimmed surface, and Grasshopper is just representing it as text for us to see what it is.
So instead of using the panels to select the floors, can you like use the levels picker to select it?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. But look, this is having text choices in Grasshopper is going to work so much better for you.
But you don't know like what main panel.
Yes, you do.
Functions.
It's your job. It's your project. I'm working on a stadium in Sydney. The levels are B1, L1, L1, L1M, L2, L3, L4, L5.
Do you get LG as well?
Not on this job. No, but I do like LG. LG is good. No, it actually makes sense.
It sort of goes below the numbers though.
No, LG. Like if you go level, so
GR,
basement 1, basement 2, basement 3 is just like saying -1, -2, -3. And so when you get to LG and then L1, it's just like 0 and 1, right?
Yeah, this works fine. Yeah, LG is good.
But most people refer to this as the ground floor and that is the first floor.
Yeah.
Some countries, not naming
Doesn't have ground.
Americans, and anyone America has influenced significantly, like Japan, they'll call the first floor, the ground floor, floor 1, and the basement floor -1. So they skip 0. They do that too?
Yeah, we do level 1, level 1.
Yes, okay, it's the same. We're learning lots of different cultural conventions, and it changes from country to country. So we've got our construction point. We can actually use that directly as an XY plane, but just to make sure that it is, we can plug that into an XY plane here, and then we can project our points onto that plane. And I believe, yep, it is a little bit different. We project our lines there, and now these columns are drawn exactly at ground level. Columns in Revit are a bit weird. Not weird. Columns are complicated things. You can control their base level, their top level. You can control quite a lot of things about them to control their height. At the moment, Grasshopper is only giving you the ability to control their length by a curve. That's it. Okay, so you can specify the level here. So we can say, hey, this level plugs up there, but that's not actually going to change the height or the location. All it does is actually, I don't think it actually changes anything in the Revit model, which is a really good sign that this is in development. It's buggy as fuck, okay? So I'm using this in practice. I'm using this to do work, but I am very, very, very careful with it. If I'm doing anything on a project, I'm doing it in a detached model, testing it first before I do it in the project. You guys don't need to worry about it too much, but if you ever run into bugs and go, Andrew, you've asked us to do a certain thing and there's a bug, just let me know, okay? Cool. Because then I'll know there's a bug. I want to know there's the bugs. So that's place these columns. We can go look at this in 3D. There's our grid of columns. And then if you select a column, the column even knows, no it doesn't. It's got a location mark normally, but that'll tell you the grid reference.
It's probably positioning at the top as a constraint. Like ground floor will be there.
It used to give me location marks. Oh well. Cool. So we've got column grid. Yep. We've also got our grid. So we've got columns set out on that grid. Let's just quickly also produce a floor. At the moment, what I've done is we've done this in reverse. I've created a grid. I'm not working to a boundary, right? I'm just doing whatever. I'm just going to quickly do that same method I did before where I got a bunch of points and I'm going to do a bounding box around those points. I'm going to use this to define my floor slab. My challenge to you is you need to reverse engineer this process from your boundary, right? Because that's one of the major controls of your building is the setbacks and the boundary of your site. So, which is where we have the little challenge here. We'll show you how to do this in the simplest way possible, but you have to now take what I've shown you and use it realistically. So I'll take this bounding box. It's a flat box, so it should be treated like a surface. So I should be able to just plug that into a, oh no, they won't let me do that. Fastest way of turning a bounding box into a rectangle, in my from what I've learnt, is if you grab the deconstruct box component and you grab a rectangle component, you just basically plug them in one to one, and that'll give you the rectangle of that box. It just won't be on the plane that that box is in. So we want to use the project function on that rectangle, and there it is. So that's going to be our ground floor slab. Revit, it gives us the add floor. We chuck our boundary curve into that. We're going to set a type. I think my default's like a timber floor. So I want to model floors. Let's do a 150. Oh, 9 meters. Yeah, 150 is probably safe, but let's go to 200 just to be even safer. And then remember, we can have an offset from our columns. So let's just put a nice little offset curve on our rectangle.
By the way, Andrew,
yep.
The rectangle, the R represents the corner radius.
Oh yeah, you're right, but that's not going to do anything, is it?
Yeah, because that's 0, so it doesn't.
Don't worry about it. My bad. 1 to 1 up to R. Normally I don't do that.
What's in the P? Or what's in the plane for the?
The same plane that we used to put the columns. And so then we're going to offset this by, let's say, 2 meters. Plug that in. There's our floor slab. What I've noticed with Revit is that it can be, oh no, it hasn't done it. Yeah, so we've got one slab there. There's our slab. There's our columns. Okay, so what I want to do now for the rest of this lesson, we've got an hour, is I want you guys to start actually applying this to your building and or talking to Leo and myself about the first assignment. Okay? I am going to talk to the people on the internet whilst Leo goes around in person. How do we talk on the internet? What do we do? I know, but okay, so everyone on the internet just has to watch each other. Okay.
I like my profile photo. Very handsome. Yeah, I was much slimmer than that. Any questions? Let me turn on the
I should set the speaker to Jason, are you talking? No. Who wants to talk through their assignment?
Here, yeah, okay. The assessment brief because I kind of complete it all. What is the next step?
Hang on, can you repeat that? Just give me a second. I've got to just change. Hang on, hold up. I've just got to change my speakers. Try again.
Do you have an assessment brief kind of things?
Sorry, just repeat that one more time.
Can we have an assessment brief kind of thing? Because I don't really get like what we need to do.
Okay, so I need at least we need at least a PDF, a 3DM, and a Grasshopper file minimum. The PDF is going to have the work that you've done for the street sections. It's going to have it's going to have the like a representation of your model with the setbacks.
Like the render diagram.
Yep. And I also want to see the areas that you can achieve in that setback model, and also what FSR, like if you what you've actually done with the floor space ratios, and basically communicating the work that's happened in the 3DM and the Grasshopper file. So floor space ratio and building plus building mass. And then any corresponding areas. The 3DMs and the Grasshopper files are basically the work that you've done to produce that PDF. So I want to see the scripts and the 3DMs, and then it all coming together into a PDF. There's no minimum pages. I want to see you communicate the work that you've done based on what we've done over the last 2 weeks. So the question is, has anyone actually started this work?
I just got my the basic street section and the building master.
Can you share really. Can you share it?
1 second. Actually, I just done what you present in last tutorial. So, is there progress? I don't know.
Okay, so do you remember the you know the documents that we sent to you guys last week?
Yeah.
No, maybe the week before. The one of the street section one.
And what about the civilian today? Are we gonna use this?
Pardon?
Like what about the civilian today? Is that also part of
what we're doing today is for the second assignment.
Oh, cool.
That's the test. Did I not share that PDF with you?
Through the Slack?
Yeah.
Check Slack.
No, it doesn't look like I have. Oh no, I think I did send it to you. I sent it to you as a Dropbox link.
Like through email or?
Yeah. I'll get it again.
Sorry,
Yep.
you know how do you get to set that from?
You mean email from last week or even earlier?
Sorry?
Sorry, how do you get it?
I mean, did you
Sorry,
send,
man, I've got to do
send
it.
that email last week or even earlier?
Hang on. I'll get it. it should be uploaded now to Slack. Yep, it's there. Where is my? There. So this document. Sort of quite near the end, there's street sections. You can sort of match the work that's on this page, these pages. Hang on, get to it. We'll go there. Like these. So just a bunch of, like, for the various street sections that you do, a page that sort of outlines the section of the street with people, and then some imagery of maybe trees that you've chosen to put there. That's some of the work we need, and then the various isometrics that Leo mentioned last week, and then however you want to communicate FSRs and setbacks. It's more so just think about the work that you've done. How do you actually communicate that? Cool. And then obviously give me the scripts as well, so that we can mark you on that stuff.
Got it. No problem.
So that being said, does anyone want to talk about any work that they've done for it, or I'm guessing you guys had something due this week, so you guys haven't started it?
Yes. Hey, look, I mean, I haven't started it. We've been working on it.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure exactly what
the deliverables
what
are.
exactly the constraints were of the project. So
Well, that's the thing. So basically, as long as you do the stuff that we've done in class, I'd call that bare minimum. So the constraints, I don't want to give you guys constraints. So if you want to explore certain things, if you want to add sort of like a funky slant into the building, or make a wacko street section that has almost like a highway, then go for it.
So that essentially, as long as we've got a working script, we should be able to output something pretty elaborate anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah. I know. Look, the thing that people criticize my classes most for is the vague assignment requirements, and it's usually because I want you guys to work out for yourselves what you need to produce to communicate what you've done.
Right, so you're saying the minimum is what we've done in class,
Yep.
and we should just take it upon ourselves to go as crazy as possible beyond that, challenge ourselves.
Yep. Definitely explore. Like I've given you guys the bare minimum scripting to finish the assignment.
Yep.
Yep.
So you'd appreciate as well, I mean, if we kind of try stuff and fail, I guess, to some extent.
Yep. If it's bad, if you've tried something and it fails, and you don't put it in the PDF, at least submit it in the set of scripts. And what I'm going to do is, rather than having a Moodle page to upload stuff to, I'm just going to set up a Google Drive. And you.
The Moodle page and every file we shared before is already uploaded.
Sure, but the submissions, when you submit stuff to Moodle, it has like a fixed thing.
250 megabytes.
I'd prefer. Is everyone happy to submit via Google Drive instead? Okay.
But it's hard though to see if they have passed the deadline or not. If it's Google Drive thing.
I don't mind. I don't care. I'm the type of guy who will go check it when on the time that it's due and just go record it. I don't. The 10 minutes past midnight thing just fucking, it's stupid. And on top of that, everyone's like,
on the computation.
huh?
That's when you do on the computation. You just have 10 minutes. You still need to recreate the PDF. You just need to pump up your.
Yeah. So look, we're in a world where you can call someone and say, "Hey, we just need another 10 minutes."
Yeah.
And maybe on competitions they won't do that. But also, once you win that competition, and there's a Friday deadline at close of business, that actually means Monday morning deadline, right?
Yeah.
So it's okay. I'm not gonna. It's actually.
Is there any actually like?
You've got other teachers that are teaching you guys how to do time management, right?
Yes.
You don't need me to teach you that, so we're good.
Yeah, I'll be the top log and do that next semester. So.
Yeah, exactly. And the next semester when you have me, I'll be like, yeah, you get an extension. Don't worry about it.
Okay, your question is how to ship file.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Using.
I like those too.
I'm good aside from that. So
Okay.
I think I'm good to go.
Well, if that's the case, that guys, either get started on it, use this hour to just kickstart the work, and then just I'm going to turn you up. Anyone who wants to just yell out if you have a question, and I'm going to go talk to the other people in the room.
Thank you.
So tell me what you want.
I'm going to take that as
No worries.
I'm going to take that as a no worries from everyone. Cool.
Questions like that. But
You've got to write down.
It's like on my shape which I have to put an
You don't need to use a vector if you don't want to. There are two other options as well. Get it? Yeah, one is EL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really,
This question is probably because you have too much loaded. Choose your bounding box here carefully. And this one is taking graphic library as well.
It's a lot to take in. There's a lot.
I like
And
this
watching
one.
it back in like
I barely fit.
way more.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
It's still artistic.
He's really. I'm actually on top of everybody. With toaster.
Yeah, I'm just wondering like where do you
Yeah,
get a
we-
photo like from?
Oh, God.
I like.
She was worried about
I like.
What do you want to get?
Yeah.
For building height.
Yeah.
Just look at it just before. There are the spatial planning view. The figures.
Yeah, cancel.
Yeah, no, the links.
you don't get cancelled.
That's good.
You can't be cancelled.
That's good.
As long as there's one person in
On spatial.
it won't be cancelled.
There's 5 of us and there's
Okay, I
3
think it's
or 4
probably
people.
gonna be a broadcast to everyone. Andrew, you mind I leave your phone? Like
Yeah, go
just
for it,
sharing
yep.
to everyone?
Is Jason the top right?
Okay.
Don't.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Leo here. I just want to, I think it's still shared. No, it's not shared. I'm gonna share my screen again and show you how to get the floor space ratio and also building height from 6 map, just in case you forget. Okay. I'm gonna start from the very beginning and log into my Moodle. So you know where to find things. You should be able to find it yourself, but it's just if you don't, just go to the ground zero and Moodle USW. I posted the links to the Moodle course website already. Sorry?
Unless you don't submit. Does that make sense? It's my job to get you through this, teach you. So, we don't do tests. Like there isn't a hey, jump through this hoop and you pass. So show me that you're learning stuff and convince me that you can do this class next term through this
Okay,
class.
so here we have a few links I've been updating on weekly basis And here are things where you find the LEP, which is the second link here, the New South Wales e-planning spatial viewer, and also the Right Council Development Control Plan. Pay special attention to section 4.5 because that's where you're gonna get setbacks for Macquarie Park. Okay, I'm gonna open these two links right now. So in the first page, the East Planning Spatial Viewer, just put a random address in Macquarie Park. I'll just put Macquarie Park here. Let's see what it can find. Put a random one. That's fine.
Can I just test the system for a minute?
Sure.
Sorry. What does it involve?
Apparently the USB port doesn't work. I think it's lies, but I want to check.
Okay.
Thanks.
I have unplugged the HDMI port.
You villain! How dare you!
Okay, let's just
I want to sit at that desk.
choose a random one and click it.
Cool.
Below is the address for the part you just clicked. Okay, let's just choose a random one for now, and you can turn off all the layers to start with, and then just go to the principal planning layers here on the left hand side. You get all you probably need for now. So the floor space ratio, look at this one, floor space ratio FSR 1.5 to 1, 2.2 to 1, or 3 to 1. Okay? And another thing, height of the building. Click height of building. You see there's 30 meters, 37 meters, 45 meters. Look, we're not really stringent on the exact numbers you're going to get here. So just look at it, get a quick reference, and make your own assumptions. If you say this 30 meters is going to be 6 meters, I'm fine with that as well. Okay? And one last thing, if you're interested, we can do a land zoning checking. And on the right hand side here, we can actually see corresponding land zoning. It's called, no, it's not RE1. We're probably gonna restart the search here. And it's gonna be 56 Waterloo Road. Why is it not? Yeah. I think I'm getting to the wrong location. Oopsie. Let's go back to Macquarie Park again. Just want everything to be perfect. Let's just choose a random location for Macquarie Park to start with. And go down a bit because this part is their university campus. They still got a different zoning, but yeah, let's just choose this one. There is no minimal. Like in rural areas, you might get 0.2 to 1. So that means if you have 1,000 square meters, you get to build 200 square meters. And some locations, they don't even use floor space ratios to control. They use a different system. Basically, if you're building a 2-story house, you're controlled by the building boundary if it's a small site. And also the site coverage as well. Like you want the rainwater to permeate into soil, so there is only a certain percentage area you can build on the site as a hard cover, like concrete or rooftop. So that controls the size of your building as well. But in metro areas, it's more of a concern of height, FSR, all of that. Let's try this one. Okay, if we check the search on map, you should be able to select the site by clicking it. We just selected this site here, 60 to 66 Waterloo Road, Macquarie Park, right? Because in the map tool, you need to check search on map. You did? Okay, there's something wrong with your computer. Oh yeah, look, I'm joking with this, but I'm sure you can figure it out yourself.
But the color of the layers is not like showing on my map.
What you can do is just do search another property lot. So this search box is empty, and type in your address manually. And when this is checked, you should be able to just click it. and it should show up.
Search lot
No, not search lot, search on map.
address. Oh, map. Oh.
You see where my cursor is pointing at? Here?
Oh, dear. Oh,
Okay, do that. And in the search result, you should be able to see everything about this lot. You get height of building, you get land zoning, and yeah, a lot more stuff as well. Floor space ratio. If you click the drop down menu for land zoning, actually not, just click the legislation detail. It actually tells you what are you permitted to do in this zoning. Oh, this is too big. I'm gonna just do a bit smaller. So we were looking at B3, right? Commercial core. So there are a list of things you can do with a development application to the right console. And here are things you can't do if you launch a development application and you're doing any of this. You'll be rejected by the right console. But you can go to the planning department of the New South Wales to do something that is prohibited here. But let's not discuss about it for now. So what we can do here, building identification signs. Okay, child care centers, commercial premises, so that means commercial towers. Educational establishment like an university campus, a college, hotel, motel, and light industries like handcrafted toys, medical centers, registered clubs, and serviced apartment, something like that. But for now, let's assume you're doing a B7, I believe. I think B7 is the location that you can, or B4. B4 is the type of location that you can actually do a residential development as well. Let's check it out. Here, B4 mixed use, yes. Typically in mixed use development, you can have shops on the ground floor or maybe the first few levels, and you can have residential building on top of it. And it's pretty popular in that area if you have ever been to there. So you can do building boarding houses, commercial premise, and you should also do residential senior housing, shop top housing, which is what I was just talking about, shop top housing. Okay, yeah, and now you get zoning. So you know about the zonings, the floor space ratios, and also the height of buildings. That gets you a pretty solid starting point. Let's move into the development control plan here. Okay, from the Moodle of a few links, you get this link here for the right council development control plan, also known as DCP. Just go down to section 4.5. You get Mercator Park Corridor, which is where we were just looking at. And go down, go down. Even though maybe your side is not exactly within this corridor here, shown in the map, I won't make big fuss if it's not. But just trying to get a reference for the building setbacks. Here we go. Build form.
How do we define outsides?
Oh, you scared me. Okay, it's up to you. What I'm saying is, where is my spatial viewer? Let's turn on the base map here, imaginary. So this is one side you can potentially just use. And you can just draw a cross section here in your first assignment. And what you can do is you can take a screen, you can measure a location, switch on map, turn off, and you should be able to, yeah, measurement turn on, measure a distance from here to here. Oh yeah, you probably need to double click to finish. Let me do again. Let's do again. Okay, let's trash it and do again. Measure it. So you know the scale, and leave this line in the screenshot. And do a screenshot here and scale it with this line. So you know how long is 95 meters. we just want it to have a rough scale. Another way to do it is to download shape files for the cadastral information from the 6 maps.
Sorry, one question.
One sec, let me finish this one. Well, this is a little bit more advanced, and it's probably going to overload you with learning how to insert a shapefile into Rhino. So I won't be unhappy if you don't do it. Just do a screenshot scale to the right scale and trace off the boundary, or maybe at your wish you can combine a few together. Okay?
That's a class doing.
Jason, does it answer your question?
So they have a sheet of box where they have to do.
Yeah, sort of. I just so basically we can do whatever with whatever we want. We're not like we don't have any
you don't
specific sites that we need to look at in.
No.
In,
as long
okay.
As long as it's near or within Macquarie Park, we're happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
And let's come back to the DCP talk here. In the section 7, you see the building forms. That's where you get where setbacks are. Building separations. Well, just read it through, and you get awnings and setbacks here. Controls. 0 setback to primary active frontage. 5 meter setback to all existing and new street unless otherwise specified. 10 meter setback to Waterloo Road and Talavera Road. So maybe it's better to look up where your building sits. And 10 meters green setback. Let's not worry about what is green setback. It basically means you need to landscape it. 5 meters built form setback to all parks. And yeah, that's pretty simple. And provide 2 meter setback to the pedestrian pathways. Makes sense. And yeah, doesn't complicate that much, does it? So you basically get something like this. And I like to see a sort of shop top residence. Tower. Let's get something that is slightly more exciting. We say Podium Tower section. This could be a good one to look at. Think about this is your street front here, right? And you have a shop front that is very close to pedestrian walkway, so they can just turn up and walk in here to get serviced. But for the actual residential tower, it sits back from the main street for 2 reasons. First, it will be less noisy. Second, it will give more sunlight to the public domain. So it's a good decision and win-win situation. So maybe do something similar to this, and it will be architecturally more exciting as well. Yeah, that's probably how you get started on this. Any questions? Get started? Already been cluttered with information? Okay. Any questions?
Sorry. How many buildings are we supposed to? We like just one, or maybe 2 across the street next to the block.
So one on each side.
Yeah. Well, you can do a few in the background and foreground as well. That makes it so good.
Because that's big of big one that's like already originally has like 6,000.
Yeah, you can. Take a few out and merge them together. Do your own site plan. That sounds good.
Doesn't matter. More setback. 6 people and they
like they say in the shows setbacks
location, exactly.
But like when it goes to like a certain height,
Yeah.
can you set
That's something we
right?
post ourselves. Some other consoles might require that, but this one particularly doesn't really care. You can just do a straight up tower.
But it used to sit down and say,
Yeah, as long as the FSR is correct.
and then I'll minus use.
Sorry?
When it gets it's mine is 4.5 to 1. Yeah, it's right now it's 3.
Well, you can just boost it up as well. Like you can assume that FSR can be increased to 5 to 1.
So why is it stuck in that way?
God, man, like it's been so busy last week. I had to do so much paperwork for the surgery that I'm having. I have like my whole inner part of my nose is on my numbness. So I needed to
Is that why
do
you
a
sound
full
weird?
reconstruction. Huh?
Is that why you sound weird?
You sound alright.
What are you planning on doing during the term?
It's in week 6, so we've had some, but I think it's like the start of week 6. It's not Monday.
Is it? Do you know how long you're going to be?
I have to stay overnight at the hospital at least one night, and then the specialist will check on me, and if I need to like stay there and recover at least 1 to 2 nights.
Yeah. Look, just
He's more
go through the uni system and apply for like medical, you know, the medical stuff.
But
Just in case you need it.
Look, take whatever opportunities are given to you, just in case, man. Just in case.
That's very business conservative.
Yes.
Yeah, which is good.
my job, my coaching job. Because if I'm staying overnight for the Monday night, then my Tuesday when I work my coaching I probably would be able to
Normal. Yeah.
So I tell my boss just confirm 22nd of March. Finally agree like
All the best with your nose.
it's very sad.
Is it like hypersensitive, like hyper allergic? Oh no, yeah. I used to have very bad nose when I was a kid. Just does, yeah, I just it's congested all the time.
That's bad. That's bad. That course, it's pedagogically bad. Because you need to learn everything. You need to do your whole assignment in class.
Yes. So then you can have the time to train and make it part of.
And put it together as this pop-ups. What's the one thing you found about 3D printing? It fucks up a lot, right?
4 different procedures in one approach.
Wow.
7 times construction.
I had a
Mainly
we have one
middle
very
like
good system.
it's not really a bone, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's just like
He helped us
twisted
to
like
finish.
this.
Oh.
So it's creating linkages.
Yeah, no,
I
so
see.
the problem is
Minimal airways
you basically have to do the
and
whole
then
assignment
like further
in terms of
inside
scripting
this area
in class.
it's just
And the thing is, if you don't like, this is the first time
Wow,
in this
mate.
class. It's not like you're going to go
At least I
home and
covered
finish it.
most of it, but
We need to tell you how to finish it. So we have to do that all in class. And then, depending on
This
the
is not
day,
too bad. Like, it sounds like a really complicated surgery.
like if I remember correctly, it would be due on like when I was
Nice.
teaching, it was on Monday.
even the hospital
Nice.
So it would be a Monday.
Otherwise, it would be a really
So you
big
had to
fortune.
get it all done
Oh, nice. Yeah.
before the weekend.
I bet the food is good.
Go onto the agile domain.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a fun experience. You'll be nervous, but yeah. Hospital are designed to be a little bit.
So printing on Friday and then
leave it that realized
before weekend. So because otherwise, if something's wrong, I need to.
But how did you discover it?
so
I can have
at first I thought my nose was really
So
bad.
you had to do everything before
Alright.
Thursday, and your class was
We
on
did
Wednesday.
tests and my
Right?
doctor said it was pretty much really severe.
Oh yeah, you had to do everything on the day.
And like we checked that again, but now that's like I've like 3 twos all the time.
copying on digital.
That's what we did. We just follow one issue.
Just whatever they put on the screen, just copy it. Okay, good.
Like for definitely you have to get a surgery, or you can just eat the allergic medicine for.
He highly recommends to do parameters surgery. Surgery is the best thing. And then the dust mite, since you have since I have really bad dust mite allergy, he recommends me to go to a specialist to help like give me like
Of course,
treatments
it has to.
to
You have to
like
explore.
avoid that. So, like
That's how you learn.
Yeah.
You don't learn by copying.
I think one of my friend is doing the sort of desensitizing the dust mite treatment.
Putting all those barriers.
It doesn't. It reduces it, but like
all of that.
yeah,
Things you don't learn.
All the best with your surgery. I removed my, I don't know what exactly was it, but a small organ in the throat, like when I was 7 years old. I don't know, but that thing always swollen up if you are infected on the upper, yeah. Something on the sides, yeah.
You're saying I'm
Yeah.
going to.
Actually, for a kid, taking surgery is not that bad experience. Like you get free, 1 week off from school, and yeah, all of the nurses being treated very nicely to you. So yeah, being taken very good care of. I don't know for, nowadays hospital design really nice. Yeah, you might like it. Who knows?
it's just gonna feel really bad.
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm gonna go out there and
It's quite
just
hard to
like
understand why
wake up like I just fell asleep.
that's the hard one.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to do more.
But the first few days after the surgery, you might just feel a little bit itchy or painful.
Usually
Yeah.
when I'm trying to get used to something, it's a little bit annoying.
Don't worry, you'll get through it.
I'm happy I did it.
I'll get a whiteboard,
That's good.
marker
Yeah.
and draw pseudocode.
Like,
And these guys can't see.
like in a
So if someone
like
bring a
go on
whiteboard
vacation for but to just
and then find out the basics, yeah, but it doesn't go into the doesn't require.
All right. Yeah. Wait, do here as well.
my dad really recommends the one he did.
Is it really good? I'm trying to work on it.
Yeah. Korea is very
But what I'm
specific.
doing instead is just trying to explain everything. But look, we've done some really simple scripts today.
Yeah, my partner wants
Like
to
this
do that
script
as
today.
well.
Simple, right?
But I'm
Take
really
it
nervous
and make a building from it. Okay? I've given you like the Revit tools. You should know.
my mom is a
Yeah.
critical about machine, so she knows everyone in the city, like everybody in the city, so she can get the best
The enemy one.
skills and
That's complicated. Look, the reason that came
but that's good. Like,
first
to get that
was because of the progressive order of context, structure,
so why don't you just wear glasses?
and so
You don't like it?
Like just I've been wearing glasses since I think that's like the biggest thing I've ever
We didn't
look, just have a go at it.
and I was just like
I'm not
might as
going
well
to
try
fail
something
you
new.
if
Like I
you
don't
struggle
really
with
like
it.
hard work.
I want to see you learning with it.
So I was like, okay,
Have a go. Don't,
I just
don't if you struggle
the fact that I have to like
and you worry about it,
eyes
obviously
and like
grab
grab
it
it
out.
out.
I want to see you
So yeah,
like
we
and
need
set
dry
questions.
HBIs to work
Yeah.
with the party.
You've done Python, right?
Not really.
It's a full loop.
Maybe I should. Is it like daily?
The problem is we are still kind of forcing grasp of clarity. So that's why it's necessary. Otherwise, all we're doing is throwing a line. If we put it right with another line, that's all we're doing.
Daily ones are unsolved, but it'll attach to your field.
it's very
With daily, but
Fish
there's
also
one time where
if you have any problems,
Yeah, that's really nice. Like, you can always say, let's go home and then call in the evening because
I think we've already
feel
said
so dry.
we were really behind.
but then
It's sort of like
Yeah.
she was annoyed at
but I did one time had to sleep over at Netflix,
oh
and I didn't have anything to
yeah.
my
Shandy,
like
yeah,
context
Shandy.
in, so I just couldn't.
Was it like almost stuck on your
It was really dry sometimes when I woke up. you have people normally have infrastructure when they enter, and then people move to a that sort of gets less. It's usually male skewed.
But you guys
Never had
not having
across
any questions
6
yet.
months.
You guys having any questions? Just ranting for last half an hour before we go.
Oh, what do you want me to complain about this week?
No, but they also mean there's some next week.
I know.
Yeah, but you know, benevolent lecture anyway.
Good.
I'm still thinking what I want to make it look like.
Yeah, you just need to know certain people. Did you, Andrew, did you share the chat file with everyone? The one has solid lines.
No, I didn't, but do you want to?
Yeah, I think it will be much more helpful. I need to figure out a way to allocate space slowly down to everything else.
But like, I have just my building mess here and the street. Like, do you want to have like a small mess on the side of the street?
Yeah, I think, yeah, whatever looks better. We want you to illustrate that you understand FSR building area is pretty high. Also, yeah, a nice graph. The one that you can actually just print it out on be proud of what you create. And also a little bit about you're moving to second semester here, right?
Josh is kind of like a half. He's halfway.
Like that pushed me back. But then
待会去网上
my second year
他用的应该是就是那个二，下次可以上
It was COVID last year. I have a lot of time.
Oh, dude, you could have missed. Oh no, no, you would have still been in COVID. What year did you start? Dude, you're probably in a good position.
没有这个他那个他那个大图是因为没显示那个没有把那个调到最好。
不是那个大图是因为它有性
无所谓的，
印地站里面的照片，你需要印到你大图的 One Direction。
就跟你剪视频一样，他不是把剪成单就
一般你的这个不是在发给我吗？你是抛了一个可以单高墙到我手里。Right now, even now, Nelson he's got a part-time job.
你弄不出来。哦，这你做完了？
我没做完，我就
哦，这你的照片啊？
我还没有，因为我现在我试一下。
Young people were the worst affected by COVID. Old people were just scared that they were going to get it, but they're fine, right? It's not like they've lost their jobs. Most of them haven't lost their jobs. Young people, where do young people work? They work in bars. What closed down? Bars.
Now I'm going for the
So we dismissing the class? Noise.
I'm so hungry. Is there any, I'm just pretty curious about like the future. Like, is there any like more like pretty much like job openings across like shit or good? Like, is there job openings? I think the industry took a hit last year, but it hasn't. It's not back to what it was. Yeah, there's work. There's still work, but it's still not. People are still not confident. So there are less building. A lot of commercial buildings stop. So like after we graduated, it wasn't easy to begin with. Yeah. And now it's a little bit harder. Hard. Well, I had it hard. It's hard. What do you want me to say?
If you're looking for jobs, look for the one having these infrastructures and residentials. I think they sort of booming.
I would look. If I were you, I would look. No, moving to another state.
Oh, that's what
Yeah, even in a different country.
What do you mean states?
If let's say you just want to stay in Australia, I reckon Sydney has 2
too many
Americans have
people
about
like
two
us.
computational designer.
But there are other states that have zero people.
There's very few do search like
Like
designated
Brisbane,
computational
Canberra,
designer's job.
Melbourne.
We just need to persuade your boss this is useful. Or you sort of
I know China lacks
has
these
entry-level
skills.
job and work your way up.
They don't teach that. They don't teach that.
The workload is like crazy, like easy little piece of it.
It's up to you,
Plus,
man.
I have, like,
Who's to say the workload isn't crazy here?
Oh yeah, that'll be
But
good.
you just contact you on Slack.
Nice.
Like, the only thing I really like about it, because I have one project that I've got that's gonna be like,
I'm sure that I won't ask any
so
questions.
like an actual thing, like actual project that I have totally rather than
Yeah.
just like made up.
Oh yeah, this is due on Friday.
Yeah. It's a very big
I'm sure that.
You will. You will.
For the rest, if you're really keen to get a job,
People say that.
just
I'll be
write something really relevant to me. Each
Very
company has a big sector.
And that's actually I'm probably responsible
More
for
big. So Rhino inside is something you probably want to write about.
Probably also have to learn
Dynamo, yeah, just write it down for now. And say, oh,
Actually,
well,
just rule out Thursday night.
just get like a degree and become interior architect instead.
Interior architects probably need
I can
computational
probably
Oh,
find a way
dude,
to-
interior designers, they need a computational design revolution.
Yeah,
They are so
I
behind.
showed my boss when I was in my internship like a few things, and he was pretty interested.
It was more like, can you use SketchUp?
Okay. They're very old people, so they use like SketchUp, like 2014 AutoCAD.
Yeah,
like,
they would
before you go.
benefit so much from like database, having someone who knows how to deal with databases, because they're constantly building like specification schedules, and they're redoing shit like the work, they're retyping in effectively what a database would do for them. So if someone knew how to make a database,
They got a specialty called specification writer, just for the sake of writing specification.
yeah, but that's different to kicking out a product.
You're talking about the
Even for
material.
designers, like the company I worked in, they also have fucking franchise like retail stores that they work for. So we can literally like just if they want to use the same like desk or chair that they have in the same store, I can really put on that.
Yeah, but what have they got at the moment? A Word document?
They have
with a
just
schedule?
AutoCAD and they have like the copy design of like the chair and it's copy pasted together.
Have you seen the like furniture schedules that they produce?
Yeah.
It's like a Word document?
No, it's like they do it in AutoCAD.
What?
Revit schedules.
Fuck, man. That's even worse than Word. Revit schedules are okay, but the model has to be impeccable.
That's where model managers spend most of their time on.
Making sure that the model is perfect for the schedules.
Oh yeah.
I've been working on a door schedule for the last year and a half. One door schedule. There's 1,600 doors. 1,600 doors.
Wow.
And that's for the stadium.
Sounds fun.
And
Is that Western Sydney Stadium?
no, it's SFS.
Allianz is nice.
The one in Moore Park. No, the rugby football one. The one that's being constructed right now.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I thought the cricket ground is upgraded.
The cricket ground has been upgraded. Like it's constantly getting upgraded. But the one they will never knock the whole cricket ground down and put a new one. They knocked down Allianz Stadium. And they're building a new one. I've been working on it.
Sounds good. I thought they're gonna knock down ANZ Stadium.
They're not going to do that. They're probably going to.
Kingwood National Pride.
No.
That's the one they have Olympics.
Yeah, but they won't knock it down.
We should let you guys go.
They won't knock it down, but they will probably refurbish it. Because we've done quite a lot of brief, like speculative work.
Cox is good.
Yeah, good fun. It's a good company. I'm not sure. I've only really spoken to like Holger from HDR.
Yeah. Holger is a really nice guy.
Yeah. Consulting?
Consultancy these days.
Okay.
Is it good?
Huh?
Is it in good?
What do you mean? I haven't used him.
Is it?
He used to
appealing?
teach here.
Oh yeah.
That's how I know him. I don't know him through consulting.
Okay, cool. I thought he was starting teaching to clients, and you